Oh boy, it's been quite a while. I have my fan on for a little bit. It's probably... Hold on, let me see how loud my fan is without me talking. Okay, in theory, you can't even hear my fan. It's kind of loud though. I might turn it off later, but it's a little toasty. Oh, it's been quite some time. And I think I have a little ways to go. This chapter's a lot longer than I expected it to be. But we must continue. 6:16. Whoops. I didn't mean to click on that. No. I didn't read all the dates. I was confused. Ugh. The last couple streams, I think... Oh. Where's my... Load. 6:16. This one. This is the actual one I need. Okay. Not written American style. Yes, the last couple streams I think were just kind of me goofing around art-wise. Been a while since I've done like a proper game stream. I'm gonna try my hardest to finish all this chapter. Not today, but... Because I don't know if I want to stream the other parts of this. I don't know why. This game in particular feels like it's really hard for me to stream. Very, very wordy. Oh, that's right. We were investigating in the police station or something? I don't remember why we were there. Evidence? Oh, excuse me. And as predicted, I don't think my chat box is working on stream. That's fine. I think I have to like manually refresh it every now and then. I'm not sure why. But that's fine. We'll live without it. Hello. Oh my god, it's been it's been so long. I was like, what are the names again? Sarah, that's right. I don't know why. I remember that I really liked the agent. Did she have a name? This one. Agent AD-84. I wonder if it's going to be the same one when we go to trial. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Oh yeah, I was feeling lazy today, so I wanted to just use PNG again. I might use PNG a little bit more since I'm feeling a little stream rusty. I think I might try to stream a little bit more this week. We'll see. I'm gonna wake up when I tell you. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Oh, that's right. Sarah is out cold because she is now the suspect of murder. Or do we have to do this whole meet cute over again? What? Where am I? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How does it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse, and the footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because I killed father? No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. That's right. It's not just that they think she committed murder, but they think she has artificial intelligence. I am man-made, and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Fear, competition, no logical reason. They seemed pretty afraid, I think. I mean, I like the other answers more, but I think really they were quite afraid. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modded humans who are capable of all that and much more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. Competition. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal. And to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? You like the art of this game? I do too, for the most part. There's a couple character profiles which look a little weird to me, but I think for the main characters, I like the general vibe. Let's say you are an AI. While we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yeah? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and a vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. The most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter. Yes? You're smarter than a garbage collector. Yes? Did they mean human garbage collector or like robot garbage collector? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash because it's not as smart as you. This is like a whole debate people have about like intelligence, for example, and like I had this discussion with one of my former coworkers. You know, like why are stupid people allowed to vote? And that's a very difficult thing because, you know, it's discriminatory to limit people from voting based on their intelligence. But, you know, I think it's an argument, or it's something you can argue about, you know. Why do stupid people get to make important decisions? Or like, you know, there's plenty of times too where I've talked about, like, there's plenty of like things that people vote on that, you know, you're not an expert of. I'm definitely not an expert of. Like, there's plenty of like economic stuff that like I'm really not the expert. Like, I do the best with voting for what I think makes the most sense. But like, I'll be the first to admit that there's plenty of topics that like I have a vote on, and I'm like, I'm not the expert. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things, like, I'm not really trying to argue strongly for one or the other. I think it's an interesting point. I think my only real argument is that as an American, I think the Electoral College doesn't really make sense to have anymore. I feel like, you know, I feel like that's just a way of shuffling the cards to get a different answer. You know, like, I understand maybe at a different point in time why it might have made sense. But like, at this point in time, I'm like, I don't think it really makes, you know, I feel like the only reason it still exists is because certain people might, you know, they feel like they'd be at an unfair advantage, which is stupid because that's not really fair. You know, if you feel like you can only win by changing the, you know, by rigging the game, you know, you're not really getting the most votes then, are you? Trying to think. Yeah, it's just even crazier too, like the way things are. You know, I wonder if we'll ever have like fully like digitized votes too. Like I'm very lucky to live in an area right now where I can easily just mail in my vote or fill out the ballot like a week ahead of time and then just drop it off the day of. Like, back when I was younger, I used to have to like literally stand in line for a couple of hours and wait. Yeah, it's a very bizarre system, and like, you know, how they choose to like split up different, you know, how they choose to split up every state, and you know how many representatives they all get. It's very stupid. Like, I sort of understand maybe in an old-timey sense why they did it. I mean, hell, like, part of the reason they did it too in an old-timey sense, I think, has to do with the fact that they were like, look, the average person is really stupid. And that's why you don't technically get to vote. You technically vote for representatives, and they're supposed to vote for you. But they don't, I don't think they have to. I think they can technically vote differently. Like, a bunch of, I don't remember, it's been a long time since I deep dove on that kind of American history and stuff. But yeah, some of my European colleagues were like, Americans are so stupid, they don't deserve the right to vote. And it's like, well, that's a tricky subject. Because, like, I would agree that there are a lot of stupid people who vote, but... Or, like, when she was, I know I'm a little off topic right now, but when Sarah here was talking about, like... Or when Morgan and Sarah were talking about, like, you know, a robot that cleans... Well, it's kind of like, you know, if you're judging just by intelligence or job, like, you know, I think a housekeeper, a house cleaner deserves the right to vote just as much as most people. Yeah, I don't know if there's actually been like very many cases of them voting differently than like what their constituent voters actually voted for, but I do believe that they can technically vote differently. I assume that the actual reason why they don't is because then they would probably lose their, you know, then they would probably get voted out of office eventually. But it's still like a very odd system to have. I kind of wonder, I assume most other countries are just based on like actual just raw voting counts. But yeah, I was saying, like, I kind of wonder, like, since we can mail it all in now, I kind of wonder if it'll go like totally digital in the near future. Especially since I just had to get like I renewed my passport, because here in the US there's also like they've been warning us for a long time about like, oh, don't forget, if you want to travel by plane, you're gonna need the real ID thing. And I've been putting it off for so long. Here, let me see if I fixed. Chat. Did I fix it? Nope. It's still busted. I don't know why. We'll see. Maybe it'll show up later. Copy. I don't know why stream chat is always... Oh well. If it shows up, it shows up, but if not, it not. Let me hold on a second. What did you say? Intelligence is also a subjective thing in some ways too. Also a thing where the more you know about the topic, the less you think you do. I forget what the specific... There's a couple different like ways that people track that. But yeah, I think I have heard that like there's like a different bias you have for the information you know. Like you're more aware of your deficit of knowledge the more of an expert you can become. But even then, like, oh gosh, I saw like an argument on Twitter like a week or so ago that was like, why, you know, oh, you think you know so much. It was somebody who was like, oh, you think you know so much just because you went to college. And the guy was like, yes, I went to college for this degree and we're talking about this specific issue. I objectively do know what I'm talking about. I know more than you. He was like, there's plenty of things that I don't know. It was like some guy, I don't remember what it, I think it was like meteorologist arguing with this guy, and he goes, you know, if you're a truck driver, I'm sure you would know more about driving trucks than me, but I went to school for this specific thing. Therefore, yes, I do know more about it than you. Like, a lot of people kind of pin it as being like elitism nowadays, but you know, I think people are so insecure about admitting that they don't know about certain things, you know, feeling like they need to have an opinion or a strong opinion. But yeah, it's like, it's just one of those things too where like, and I think like when it comes to experts, it goes both ways. Like, experts are definitely aware of some of their own gaps in knowledge, but I think sometimes they also overestimate like what the average person knows about their field. Oh yeah, my things are popping up. You're right. You know, OBS, Stream Elements, Streamlabs. It's a mysterious beast. I don't understand it. That is, I'm more aware, more... Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? This, I'm getting really off topic. This is another reason why this game is like... See, I kind of like this game. It is like very wordy in some parts and does make me have to think a lot about these bigger concepts, because like, I think about this too, like, you know, people will now talk about like, do plants feel pain? Or like, you know, things like mushrooms that are more closely related to animals than plants. Or like people will talk about like the kind of pain that, or emotions that things like fish or insects might feel and how it compares to like our experience as a mammal. And so, you know, I think it's an interesting question, like for vegans and people like that who do need to eat more stuff like mushrooms to get protein, like, do vegans still eat mushrooms, or I wonder if some vegans move away from it because it's too close to animals. Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? I don't know why, it's very funny. Bioweapons. I wonder if, does she mean gas? I just imagine like just nuking a chimp. People like ads. Sarah. Yeah, this game is really getting into like a lot of questions and asking you to think about it. It makes it a little bit dense at some parts to read. If you're interested, I think it's coming out in chapters, and chapter 0 I think is a little bit less dense and is more just introducing the concept of this, you know, fairly cyberpunk world. But this proper chapter 1 that's out is getting into more like robots and that kind of technology questions. Same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. If you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's kind of reminds me of like, you know, you see those kinds of like walking robots now, and sometimes you see those videos of like people kicking them around and, you know, quote unquote, like mistreating or abusing them. And like whenever I see some of that stuff, I think, like, you know, some people when they see that, they really take that as like, oh, if you kick one of those little robots, you're a psycho. I don't think it necessarily makes them like a psychopath, but I do think that it's kind of like odd, you know, like to want to kick it around. It's like if I had a robot vacuum, I wouldn't be inclined to kick it. Maybe it's just people who do want to have a chance to bully something. Maybe it's just because it's very interesting to kind of watch it stumble around. I think I would be too nice to it. Yeah, like I think some people feel so strongly about it that I think that they draw pretty wild assumptions about like somebody's moral leaning. But I do wonder, like, what really motivates people to do that? Is it just like kind of fun to test it out and watch it, like, kind of try to get its balance, or is it just because they can? Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Oh yeah, I forgot. She did kind of stick her own neck out there. Adonai? Yeah, I think that's true. Like, I'm definitely the kind of person who does personify things fairly easily. And I think a lot of people do as well. Like, the more like it mimics, not necessarily humans, but like certain behaviors. Because, you know, like the robot, I assume the robot isn't trying to stumble to make it look kind of cute and pathetic. It's more like, I think it's just how they try to have it balance itself. But it does kind of make you look at it and go like, oh no, the poor robot. And then project their own feelings of the little guy being kicked when he's down. State can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. There's no test that they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the devil's proof. I think devil's proof is a real thing. No, that's a different thing. Why did you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. Ugh, this music is still so good. By proving that someone else did. Now's the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why did you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed I wasn't active on Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah. What do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget Adonai. I'm an android. You're saying your memory was altered, data deleted. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what I was getting at last time. I think on the least likely explanation is that there's another one. There could be a second one, but I don't think so. I think it's most likely... So Young was there as well. I wonder if somebody could have hacked Sarah to make her do that and make her forget. It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be. Father wanted to modify my memory. He could easily have said that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it? Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. I wonder... So, maybe for this next court case, we should try to, like, make her seem less human, I guess is what they're getting at. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony. Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday? Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. Yeah, it is kind of Ace Attorney in that it has like a court section and more of a investigation section. Very, very different mechanics, though. It's like if Phoenix Wright was an evil lesbian who had a gambling addiction. Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday. Oh, we didn't see this. This is new. Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. Password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal. You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. I will say, I think I am already like halfway through episode 1 here, or chapter 1 or whatever it is. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. It's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back. Were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me, whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved... Yeah, see that right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got that whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated, right, wrong, natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say, let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera, calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Hey, it's been a long time. I turned off my fan. It's already very hot again. Oh, you saw my good night message? I wonder if you would see that. I think after I finish this, I think I'm gonna go back to, I think I've been saying this for ages, but I think I'm really gonna start playing, the next segment of, Phoenix Wright. The third game. I figured this could be possibly 2 streams. And then it's time for wacky voices again. Well, do you know how to use the Nanofactorer? Could you have made the Delta with it? It has been a while for Phoenix Wright. I was focused on some other stuff. I really miss Phoenix Wright. Although I'm kind of wondering, like, I'm still undecided if, after I finish Phoenix Wright, if I'm gonna do the other Ace Attorneys. I feel like at this point I have to, you know? Like, I feel like I'm gonna have to just go keep chugging with Apollo Justice. And then the other ones. Perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning, all in the one day you got erased. It is technically possible. I'm trying to think, it's already like... Okay, here's a stupid question. What month do you consider summer? Because, like, if you think about it, you know, there's 4 seasons in a year, 12 months. So in theory, there should be 3 months per season, yeah? So is it June, July, August? But, like, I don't know. I feel like some people kind of consider, like, do some people consider September to be summer? Because I think June, July, August is kind of fair. And then September, October, November is fall. December, January, February is winter. March, May, April, spring. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel like some people consider like some people consider it to be like shifted over a little bit. Like they consider it to be like September is, because that means it can be very, very hot in September as well, but I don't know. I consider that to be fall. So yes, we are pretty much midsummer. Trying to think, are there any good... I always talk about this in summertime, but I never do it. Play Wada no Hara. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe in August. I mean, I guess it could also depend where you live, because you might have slightly different seasons adjusted. Oh, yeah, it's the opposite in Australia, but Australians, they don't count. They aren't people. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There are a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Oh man, if you think my British accent is bad, you should hear my attempt to do Australian accent. Maybe that'll be my goal for Phoenix Wright. Try to make one of the characters Aussie. Shrimp on the barbie. Crikey. Shock in the water. It's really bad. I can't do it. I'll figure it out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble? Guns blazing this time? Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Yeah, I think Young was probably more involved with making her. And that's why I think maybe Young could have been the one who hacked her? If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No. They're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state. Not if they're afraid of the nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not... What would happen if I did kill Father? They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all his hard drives. They'll be shut off forcefully. You won't ever power back up again. Thank you for follow. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap? You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. Oh boy, I don't know about that. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Alright, I wanted to look at some terms. Devil's proof. What was that? Probatio diabolica. Impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. Is that the you can't prove a negative? I think is basically what that is. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. People can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Which is real. Oh. Is this one of their robot slurs? Oh yeah. Missed. Internet of Things. Robot hate speech? I would never. Where is... Form Androids. Wait. Automated dependence. Did I have one for AI? Oh my gosh, I have so many of these. Not one for specific AI. Okay. Okay, what was this? Oh, it doesn't allow me to search for it. Okay. I thought there was one for like AI. Or it was included in one of these. Terminator movie was one of the good ones. I haven't seen, I know they made a bunch of other ones, but I really only saw like the first 3. And I think a tiny bit like one of the TV shows they made. Morning, detective. Back at it, nice and early. Hi. Now, would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open, right? Dark Fate? Yeah, I think that's one of the new ones. Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right. Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. Oh, excuse me. Oof. I have a little more to drink. Predictably, I haven't like spoken in like a week, so my voice is a little gone. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger's planted. Why are they planting bombs? Yep, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? Oh, they don't know the password. There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax. I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. Toy with her. I think we'll be nice. I think we'll just tell her. We want her on our good... We want her on our side. Adonai. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now, I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rockford the password myself. Yeah, that's what I thought. Like, we went over things with Rockford, so... So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get that many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. What did she tell them? She swear them out? You're still here? Thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Oh, excuse me. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends too? Hey, I think it's a good look. I think it's sexy. She kind of has the corset on instead of like the ultra high-waisted. She's kind of rocking a bolero. It's not a common look. I love that style of like hair up where it's a little bit pointy in the back. You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. Shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. Why does that sound kind of like maybe they were up to something else? We both knew it was all inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. I mean, I assumed they were actually working, but you never know with these two. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files that we couldn't afford time to watch, let alone decrypt. Alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. But it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. And when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So, where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search this place top to bottom. Mostly bottom, with your height. Tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own... I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Alright, whoa. Oh god. Evidence. Policeman footage. Sarah handing him the cup. 7:38. I forget. Isn't there a button I can press? Oh. Toy car. Too detailed and boring. Some kind of model kit or replica. Oh man. I really, really want to buy model kits right now. It's so painful knowing that I have to wait for the one that I pre-ordered. For the Gundam I pre-ordered. I really want to buy more. I was trying to look into... I'm trying to better understand like the different grades of model kits they have. Because like, I don't think I need one that's like super baby basic. But, you know, obviously I don't want to get like the top tier grade. Like master grade or whatever. Maybe eventually I will. Strange. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Doesn't he have like a car in his other room? Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? Kilometers. I thought we were in the US. I set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line, ugh, this conversation's like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you, since we're looking at a model of it. But he could have just easily bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Oh. Drawers? Just panels. Maybe if I... Oh, sounds hollow. I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. No handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. If it was in a video game and there was a bright light source on it. But neither of us are carpenters. Where's Jesus when you need him? Reyes is searching the cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. Doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Datapad. Displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to repair. Ooh. Is this people... Is this the iPhone owners? Rooting their iPhones? Higher court judge this week shot down the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon toward the task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. I agree, that is annoying. Kind of feels like, I don't know, some other things are moving that way for modern society. Like, I think lately there's been like a big thing. People, I haven't paid super detailed attention. Like, I think like games and piracy's been like a hot topic again lately. You know, it's painful when, you know, you buy things, but you don't get to own them. When you can buy a game and then have it removed from your own computer. It's like, if you don't truly own anything, can you truly steal it? Yeah, stop killing games. You know, my general principle, though, is I personally try to financially support things that I enjoy when I can. But, like, I think at some point, like, yeah, if you can't own it, then why spend all this money on it? But I haven't really looked what they're actually about right now. I probably should. I don't know if I need to sign anything. You know, I'll admit, there's plenty of things I'm good at when it comes to being a good citizen and activist or whatever. Plenty of things I'm bad at too. I hate petitions because I swear to God, no, okay, there's nothing to sign. That's good. Like, as soon as you sign something with your name or an address or a phone number, you just get so much spam and crap. I don't even really know, like, what there is to vote on. I should probably look to see if there's anything actual way for me to support anything. I also didn't know if it was like specifically like Stop Killing Games was specifically like worldwide or like for, I don't know, North America or EU or just everywhere. EU government? I see. Kirkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outline fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA had a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long, blah blah blah. Journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now. Right to repair. I didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more... I don't know if it counts as a sale, like a service charge? I guess sales as well. Lawsuits. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks. They get to sell us the replacement. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. EU and UK, big games market. It's been a while. I used to listen to like a podcast that kept me more up to date about like games and game news. I think I could be wrong. I think the EU had like stricter regulations when it came to like loot box kind of stuff. It's been a long time, so I could be misremembering it, but I think that's what it was. Like a lot of countries had much stricter standards there about like what's considered gambling and how much you can, you know, charge people for stuff like that. But I don't really recall, and I think maybe you're right though, that like when the EU does that kind of stuff and they pressure games to change, it tends to like make the changes happen worldwide. Sometimes, maybe not every single time, but I think like, you know, us North American tend to reap the benefits of them putting the pressure on the games industry, which is, you know, a good thing. Like, I wouldn't mind whether it's the EU or North America or whatever, trying to put pressure on like really scummy tactics. Trying to remember if there was like a specific game that like really caused it to reach like legal to be taken to law. Yeah, you're right. I should look into that. I'm sure, you know, and just kind of want to double check the fine print, because like I'm sure it's probably, if a stop killing games is what I think it is, it's probably something I would agree with. But you know, I just also should double check the fine print of what they're actually advocating. Yeah, let's see. Loot box regulations, EU 2023. Been a while. Maybe I should listen to podcasts about this kind of stuff again. So that way I'm actually up to date with things like that. Always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. I kind of get this too, like, you know, there's certain like smaller sale like electronics and items that it's just cheaper to buy a new one than it would be to actually fix an old one. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. Sarah should have put everything off of note off of the computer, but I looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so. Yeah, why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? Would David Asher use Windows 11? Surely he would use Linux. There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Granny? Ooh. EU government demand phones have exchangeable batteries? That's pretty good. Like, it's definitely not a solution for everything, but that is a big issue. Text file in here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information in the metadata? Double click. What was that? Came from under the desk. Oh. Small drawer popped out, and inside it, well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. Penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, stream it to WorkNet, high fidelity, legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you... This part takes concentration. Okay, here. You're just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it as we... Ow. Shit. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. I don't know. I think you can. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so? Still that sensitive. So, the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through the eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Yeah, I think in the US too, I think most electronics, I don't know if it was like forced legally or if just the industry standard all moved towards USB-C. It's okay, I guess. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No. More like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all the extraneous data as... You know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You never ever regret it? I don't know. Not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ugh. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you, if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. None of the other cops we've talked to or detectives we've talked to have had those like eyes or like those implants or whatever. I forget what they call them. Just her. So I wonder if it was required for her job or if voluntary. But I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Hmm. Well, they kind of went over this. And... Oh, this is where the artificial intelligence was. In the first part. Like in the free part, the episode 0. The guy there had like his arm replaced for work, but was having issues with it, so He didn't have it with like his new arm on him. Like they've kind of implied that some people do it for work, some people just do it for other reasons. But I don't know how like required it is. Like for some jobs maybe, but not for others. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines, blah blah blah. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. You know what? I've had days like that. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again, after who knows how long. But my handwriting has gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. I wonder if he has, because it's kind of implied that he might have covered for Morgan at some point. Maybe hid some evidence for us. I wonder if that's in his journal too. Alright, dates here. Would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. A lot of entries about this unintentional Casanovaing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Someone says, I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big, mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? That's a cute name. Helen said we'll need to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week. But it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could have even been profitable, sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. A squid evolution can do their job better. Colette came in to work for what I thought was a late lunch date. Didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always so sweet. I had no idea. Upset. Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Oh, I'm Red. Morgan is Red, I think. Ignore her body language and posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick, and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny, so sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car, filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower for so long. I felt red and raw when I got out. don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She didn't ask why I clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and I saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. I think it's fair if he's dead. Next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner, more consistent. Something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom, working outside the box. Tess is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. Nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. More coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly. But that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying. Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize the code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. What's he talking about? Huh. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. Like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are I know what it is, but I just can't say it. Multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for her. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah. Just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. Doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he'd programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah's burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. But she did just that. Pout, she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading, so... Asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. Started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she'd just gotten tired of winning. But then today, she told me she prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab, playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with the characters on the screen. She was playing Mario Kart. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code a metal family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to. Like love him. What about the last entry? Dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help. So hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. Nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Something so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? It's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be from my ears only. Okay. Oh. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all this vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course, I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me sections I needed. And 3 of us. We made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. Virgil, Dante, and Nero? Or is that the wrong Virgil? I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself. Let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid? And Aeneid was novel in many ways. Aeneid? Is that how I say it? A poem by Virgil. Aeneid. Aeneid could do... Yeah. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I forgot to mention this far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And read, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct, and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are pretty much better for making things that talk to each other and report back, and well... Oh yeah? You like DMC? I've never played it. I don't know. I thought about it. Who knows? Spy on people and generate profit. I do like the music. I do like to listen to some DMC music, though. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used back when I was a child. Screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... what was he gonna say there? Drunk? But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets? Uh-oh. So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Enid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinions, we collaborated. And together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Enid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building and never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So, to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome. They started choosing their own names, thank God. I'm terrible at that kinda. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so... more than 300? Some smarter than others, but better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they're all very intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. I spent years like this. Years working along AI. All while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some kind of terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirrored isn't the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean about 100 billion neurons in the brain. Several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. It could make even more in less, after Yukon fine-tuned it. I was trying to remember, there was a novel, or more of a novella I read a long time ago. Michael Crichton? I think... hold on, I'm trying to remember. Did I read... Oh no, I think it's a proper novel. He's had a couple... Crichton has had a couple books, I think, with this. Maybe Andromeda's Strain also includes this, but I think I read Prey. Although I don't know, I thought it was quite short. Oh, I guess it's not that short. It's like 500 pages. Okay. It's kind of a... I don't know how to... I mean, it's kind of like if nanomachines kind of swarm you like flies and eat you, I think is what it was. Kind of fun. Kind of silly. Kind of a silly techno thriller, maybe. I think nowadays a lot of people... I don't know, do a lot of people think of like Metal Gear franchise when they hear like nanomachines? That's what I assume most people think of. Oh. Ugh. Hold on, I should drink a little bit more. So we built it. Nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber woven muscles. Oops. I say built, but really, she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton. So it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? No, I have not. Sorry. Trying to lighten the mood before, never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... Ahem. Sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich, varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. We'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin, deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions. I have thoughts, too. Like, he makes the distinction. Well, he says he grew her. Or she grew. And he also says she was born. Although, does it count as being born? Like, I feel like to be born, you have to come out of something. Is that it? So did he, like, grow her in, like, a artificial womb? Is that what he did? Because I feel like that would be born. But I feel like if you just grew her in a petri dish, I don't know if I'd consider that born. A lot of swears. There's a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. Also, I wonder how long it took, because I'm assuming... I don't know. You know, just started from, like, tiny little mulberry. I'd like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in. Followed by my phone. Maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in jail. and in the system and my DNA on file, ready to be matched to any number of previous. So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff. Bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in this journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? Logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that somebody else would? That's kind of what I'm assuming. He's assuming that somebody else is up to something. So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through the hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask a janitor. Gog. Spy or undercover police. Groundhog. Is that their way of saying glowy? David's journal. Okay. Oh yeah, this is just the repeat. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of? They said they were in the place and looked the part? Why? Because it had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Not because you were with the company. No, I wanted to help. I wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. Hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone. We're just getting his CCE training and recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. Thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no, signal must have cut out. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? Guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. Well, there's still service passageways, stairwells, guards that can be fooled, peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around, so take mine. Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. Never would have guessed. But if David knew I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only David Asher wrote me a new Glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting he already had. Who knows? Maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe... I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all short. Girl with long legs could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. That's probably true. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. Such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think, what, with the Sarah issue? You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally got the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like, fines? Jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation, government oversight. On the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. State will make them do a flat refund. Refund? Losses would be... Yeah. Your board probably just wants Sarah to go away, so they can focus on their fight with the state. Tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind. There's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. What am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Alright, ask away. If you insist. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as a rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is concerned for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are, because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI and test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. For an AI built by Dr. David Asher, something that simple would be... change the subject. So making an AI takes more than time and resources. Isn't it an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved at pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. Components that allow your warm androids to move realistically. It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits of his private work for. If Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel they'd been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions? I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased. But the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of him? Or would they fear he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. Easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised? I stayed up all night, sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data. Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Oh, I feel like I missed a chance to ask a question back there. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, looks like. Batteries running out too quickly, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these problems get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? Here's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh? Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. That usual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. Not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. No problem though, I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. That's weird. Thing added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same, it's just a bunch of swaps. Like 29 FFCE taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC returned to assembly for revision, replaced by 67 BBTD, shipment leaves on time. So, does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, must be someone with a lot of experience or authority, or both. Must have. You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small, last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. Long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But hidden. That means someone didn't want it found. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people. There are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. Since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers. They can do the rural, hard labor jobs, but old models do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So, where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, hospitals, offices, you know. Adult industries. Oh. Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt. No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch, and obedient. Just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages. What we call it when when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. We don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry. Didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? Well, I don't care. Just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm worried about that myself. You bought it? Thanks for sharing that data. Find what you're looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Here it is. I know you're convinced that tenants are safe. How do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or to the right? Cat next to a dog. Dog is to the right. I'd say the dog is on the right side and the cat is on the left. You might expect half of the people to say left, half to say right. But actually, the answer is almost entirely dependent on their native language. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. Interesting. Cat next to a dog. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. I wonder if he would have said all the same thing if I had chosen a different answer. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 turned into a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? It's been a while, but I do recall Sarah and Morgan having certain similarities that way. Morgan also having something fundamentally wrong. I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry is a little outside my purview. What is it? Compound found in David Escher's blood. Poison. What is it? Didn't match anything in the database the medical examiner had access to. It's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databank. We don't make poison here. Not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have a hazardous material around. You think it was something industrial? I suppose it could be. Looks carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. Not exactly. What is it? Doesn't make sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 5235 345S. Synthetic produce neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. I'm also wondering, like, I'm still kind of leaning on the idea that Young is probably going to be behind the murder somehow. But what if? What if it was one of the AIs that hacked into Sarah and they were the ones that did it? Serotonin. That explains a lot. I don't remember if this was something we explicitly had explained to us, but I feel like this was hinted at last time. Shipping psychiatrist. Counter corporate espionage practice or psychiatric care. Sanctions, financial restrictions imposed by the state. Key tools in statecraft international negotiations in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions, not on an organization but on an individual, thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds, blah blah blah. It's when your company is in trouble. neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. Explains why it was present in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must become full of it. What if it was also an accident? Like, what if it leaked out of her somehow when she handed him the cups? They think that was what killed him. Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. She's gonna ask her about its composition then. Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be around to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation of being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. Heard a rumor she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one here but the two of us. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know you were helpful. Nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday you let slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called serotonin a poison. I mean, I assumed he was just playing dumb a little bit. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practice answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time, with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Or am I the only one investigating David's death, while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs? That story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, non-oxidant. Finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. but it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make much for a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story. Started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. Next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos, interviews, data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth, while threatening to mist us with the other, getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for a story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contract. Don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue, company infighting gone too far. But I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. That all you wanted to know? Oh. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and daggers bullshit? I know that office. I know some old coworkers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he's probably getting training and probably talking to someone? Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all the companies, hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, just business as usual for me. Gonna go see Young now? Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses, process of elimination, and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete, facelessness, and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet, I feel more at ease now that I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when police have entered the vicinity. Oh, that's what it's used for. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scene yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. All right. Why'd you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Posture, tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up. Pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Flip it. That's embarrassing. Didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case, so you can all collect yourselves. I'm surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, counselor. Wait, what was that? I think I missed a line. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Might I dare ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right. They're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Spoken like a true believer. The Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Just a slip of the tongue. Does it have another name? Hindering mob justice. Families not be prejudiced because of their financial status. Flash lynchings. Never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. Must get pretty inconvenient, not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. You managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So, if it works, didn't take you for the might makes right type. Didn't take you for the clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Did I say something off color? It's only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I could say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the tenant framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that the statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. Didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of the company. Board of directors is just 13 roulette, rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping, young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. Company is more than capable of. After which, the state will still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries, "No fair." The company and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you will all get another round of stock buybacks in on that initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. You won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yes, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close group of friends. So how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. Oh, is she gonna... Are half of them gonna side with me and half against? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. You're hedging, you're hedgehogging. Straight up hedging. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. You remember back in the day when people... What did people used to say? They used to say... edging instead of gooning, right? That's what it was. And then before that... Well... Okay, but I feel like... Okay, here's the thing. I feel like edging is very specific to the act of just, like, straight jerking it without, like, climax, right? Or, like, very, very delayed, like... The people who are into that kind of thing, they really want to prolong it as long as necessary. And I think when gooning did become more popular as a term, as a sexual term, I think it was kind of the same thing, as opposed to like the old school people who say fap, which fap is just regular old masturbation, just normal style. You didn't mean to deconstruct it? That's fine. I mean, I didn't even jump there originally. I thought it was like... I didn't get it at first. I was thinking of hedgehogs, because they're so cute. Also, I don't know why, but when I was trying to figure out what the sexual joke was for a second, I think it was, from podcast My Dad Wrote a Porno. I think they one time invented a term. I was trying to remember what it was called. I think they called it a cheesy hedgehog. I don't remember exactly what it was. They were trying to discuss, like, what's it called when you have, like, people... I think they were debating... Sorry, VOD watchers, this is graphic. I think they were trying to debate, like, different names for different penetration numbers and which hole. And I think they just jokingly called it a cheesy hedgehog. Although that might also be, like, a food. Oh, I think it's when you just have... Oh, I think it's just when you have, like, little hedgehog toothpick kebabs. Kind of in a round shape. It kind of looks like a hedgehog. That makes sense. I understand why. I totally thought that they were making that word up. You already know who's won. One way or another, this trial would be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. Does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. Whew. Gosh, I probably should have left my fan on, but that's okay. I feel like the fan wasn't very audible on stream, but it was loud to me. Poison that killed Dr. David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar. Actually, I thought Shirley you would like Young, because she kind of looks a little Francesca-y. One of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. What's changed? Intellectual property law can be very complex, counselor. Not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. Sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. It's not possible. Care to elaborate? Sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. If I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already. Got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning. Left the investigating for later. Knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc on a crusade against the government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this. Not unless she was forced to. Maybe the board is asking her to throw herself on the knife. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. Oh. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. Oh, crap. I forgot how this works. Oh, pause. Where's my save? I'm still hitting cards. Wait, I forget how this works. I'm at 11 of 21. Okay, this part I think I don't get to choose if I hit or not. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Ooh, David's will. We don't really know anything about this, I think. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. But David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks at this rate. Safety deposit box? I don't. But I have thought about if a fire were to happen in my apartment, I've thought about what anime figurines I would take. I would grab on my way out. Kurisu? I do like Kurisu, but I don't think I would grab that. I think one of the ones I would grab is actually one of the first figures I ever bought that got me started down this whole rabbit hole. If you wondered what that was, it's Tachibana Makoto from Free, Iwatobi Swim Club. Oh, my most expensive? The most expensive one I have is probably the one, it's not really made by like a typical Japanese figure company. It's more like, I forget what to call it. I think they call it like polystone figures sometimes. It's usually made from like a much more expensive and heavy material. But it actually was licensed. Like usually these kinds of like polystone kind of diorama figures that you might see that are really big and expensive, a lot of times they're not actually licensed. This one was. It was quite expensive. I will not say the cost though. In fairness though, like you have to consider that this one is like, you know, consider it the fact that it's kind of like, it has a really big base that's kind of its own like diorama. So it features 2 different characters on it, plus the big base. So you might as well count it as being like 3 figures worth. I had a couple others that were getting a little bit pricey. I think right before the yen crashed, anime figures started getting pretty expensive because I think just the production costs and like the plastics and material costs went up. I think that's also why like companies like Good Smile started changing their packaging away from being like the clear plastic that you can see into to just being like a cardboard box, because like the plastic was just very expensive. Like I think can you have them? You know the funniest thing too about my most expensive one? It's actually, I broke a small piece off of it. I need to fix that. And it's very, very heavy, so you wouldn't want it, I don't think. It's just like it's not a big deal. It's like a character is holding an object in their hand. And like, I think when I was moving it, and it's very, very heavy, like that snapped off. It's just very like a very weak, fragile part of it. I don't know if I've really broken like any of my other figures. I definitely dropped plenty of them. Yeah, resale value. Shh, don't tell anybody. I'm gonna glue it back together really, really sneakily, just in case. I don't even know how I would be able to sell it because it's so freaking heavy. I don't know how I would ship it. Yeah, I don't know if I have any other... Like I said, I think the other ones, I don't know. I think I have a slight amount of buyer's remorse on another expensive one that I have. Like I said, right before the yen crashed, and when plastic was getting more expensive and figures were getting quite expensive, I think I bought like... I think one of the Jujutsu Kaisen figures I got was quite expensive. And I do have a bit of buyer's remorse there. I mean, it's a beautiful figure. Just one of those things that, well, so I'll tell you this. It's one of the Gojo figures. Gojo's not necessarily my favorite character in that. It's just that he has a lot of really beautiful figures that are a little bit more expensive. Like they have like really nice kind of bases. Don't judge me too harsh. I know that's such a basic answer, isn't it? I think I've said before who my actual favorite Jujutsu Kaisen character is, though. It's not Gojo. But I like Gojo because I like to ship him with somebody. And I think one of my other figures that I might grab in a fire was you know, like for anime figure collectors, you often talk about like grails, like holy grails. So, you know, you have a figure that is your favorite one ever, or like one that you've hunted for a long time. Another one that that's particularly important to me, which I did have to buy it like used because it was so hard to get. And at the time it was kind of expensive, but looking back at it now, like I honestly don't think I don't remember how much it was, but I don't think it was actually that expensive for me to buy. I think I managed to find a good deal on it. And it was a prison school figure. Yep, prison school. Oh really? You've heard about it? I have the manga. I don't remember if I have the anime. I don't think I own the anime, but I have seen the anime. It's enjoyable for being its goofy, ecchi comic. That's all I'll say. It's one of those things where you just have to enjoy the stupidness. I do think it kind of ended like I feel like it needed one more arc to make the story feel more complete. But unfortunately, it kind of just ended at some point, and then I was like, oh, fine. I like it though. I still like it. I mean, it's pretty crazy. I mean, you have to be aware though, like when I say it's an ecchi, it ranges from being a fan service to like there's a couple times where I'm like, I feel like this is just sex. I feel like this is just, it's getting a little bit more pornographic. The anime was okay. The manga art, actually the manga art is incredibly good. Like the manga artist is really, really good. It's kind of like, it kind of is a little bit more realistic and detailed, I guess. Like they still technically have like the kind of ecchi manga censorship rules, like, you know, you're not gonna see like actually any bits because like Japanese censorship is weird like that. No, that's not how you spell it. Ecchi. Or, you know, ecchi. H. So it's, you know, I feel like people consider ecchi as being more like R15. You know, not quite like nudity, but pretty close. This one gets pretty close at times. I really feel like at some points it's more or less kind of up there with being just plain R-rated. I mean, I still kind of enjoy it though. R16? No, I do not. I am referring... The reason why I say R15 is specifically because that's the Japanese rating. In America, we don't really have that. Here, you know what? I'll tell you my favorite girl in prison school and you can look her up. And you can judge. Although I am gonna warn you, she's definitely the best girl. I mean, I come to appreciate the characters differently. I will say it's not really like a harem anime manga. There's like a little bit of love competition. The anime doesn't go like super your Mari gang. I mean, Mari Mari's okay. She's just not the most. I will say, she's not the most developed as of the characters. If you want to know more about her development, though, I feel like you gotta get into manga. Like, once she gets like a rival, once you get to Kate, like, it's funny because you might imagine that this would be like all, not quite harem, but you know, you might imagine it's all gonna be these girls having these crazy lewd scenarios with the main character, but like a couple of them kind of go off on their own lesbian adventure. Like they it kind of becomes like they have their own thing going. Like Mari and Kate are kind of crazy. They have their intense rivalry. And don't judge me for my favorite character, what her niche is. It's not her fault. Do I like cats? I don't know about like or dislike too much. No, you should look at pictures of her. She's actually very cute though. Oh, her niche? I mean, don't worry about it. It's kind of silly. You just don't take it too seriously. But no, I'm very allergic to cats, so it's a non-issue for me. I'm a no cat house. I don't know if I've seen your animals. In fairness, the gorilla's not in my house. He's in the car. Sure, if you feel like doxing yourself. Actually, this might be a good time for me to get up and get some more water before I jump back into stream. I might need to turn my fan back on, even if it's a little loud for me. I don't know why my Twitter's loading so slowly all of a sudden. Ugh. It's my little thermostat's on top of my PC and it says it's like 78. In fairness, I think it's like I think that's mostly because it's a little bit closer to my PC. It feels a little toasty. So give me a second. But yes, very, very cute cat. Please write your cat's name. All right. Turn my fan on so I wouldn't be quite so miserable. "19? That's a good age." I found out my sister's dog passed away recently. But he was getting a little bit older, so they kind of expected it. And I'm happy that I got to see their dog around Christmas at least, so I could have a final memory with him. All right. Back to gambling. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Just colleagues? Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That's a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. Shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. I don't mean to pry about your relationship with David or lack thereof. Suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would of course be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. Almost off guard. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. Besides, Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some part of the leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. I mean, it would obviously be in cat years, yeah? Or I guess both. 19 rotations around the sun. I don't know if that's cat or human. Do you know what I mean? 19 Earth years. Well then, suppose that's blackjack. Cats take longer to orbit the sun. So, You couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. Not with their little paws? Like, do you think that they walk around the sun? Is that what you think? That's why it takes them longer? Okay, let me see. Maybe that's why time moves slower when you're a child. Because your legs are smaller, so you can't walk as fast around the sun. You're a genius? You're something. You're definitely something. I don't remember what it was. When I was with my parents like a week ago or so. I don't remember why my stepmom was saying something. She was like, I think I was talking about how I was starting to exercise more and more and just slowly get back into it and not sleeping for 20 hours a day. And she said something like, she goes like, weren't you the one who was saying you need to just jump into it? And I was like, when did I say that? And she's like, a year ago. And I'm like, I was like, I say a lot of crap, okay? You can't just throw out things I said like a year or 2 years ago about a different situation and expect me to care. Like I say all kinds of crazy crap. It was like a very bizarre. It wasn't even about the same kind of situation. It was like, yeah. I just was like, look, I don't know why you have this selective memory. I mean, everybody has a bit of a selective memory, but I'm just saying this is peak selective memory. She doesn't have receipts for nothing. No hiding at this point. It's all come out soon. Oh well, if she wants to play dirty, I can think of a couple choice things that she said. Much more than that. We'd be making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. I mean, I would never blackmail anyone. Especially not my family or you guys. I would never. I would never document the things you say and do and hold a grudge for years and decades. Just wait. The Google Doc is coming. He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? That's good. You should probably refrain. You don't want to get a little too crazy today. A leak? What would... I think you guys already know enough. I think I've already leaked too much about myself. What do you think? You guys want a real face leak? See my beautiful ugly mug? Or I could be like those meme stealer accounts and just take somebody else's photo and pretend that it's me. I'll just do that. The gorilla is actually me. I'm sorry, guys. This is how you find out. Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. And that was what you two talked about in his parlor. No, this was earlier in the day. Maybe, sorry, I know I'm a little scatterbrained right now, but maybe the leak will be when I finally start drawing more suggestive VTuber art and posting it. Actually, I haven't really drawn any. Not of me. It was an arbitration. Did you come to an agreement? That wasn't sexual though. That was pure of heart. There was nothing, no funny business going on. Everybody's pants were on, and their bits were flaccid. Everybody was dry and flaccid. Be in retirement? Yes. God willing. There's nothing wrong with two guys kissing. You don't kiss the homie? My shipping love is pure. Pants are on. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties of any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all his past, present, and future filings. Very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. You know, I don't know if I'm gonna stream game next time. Maybe tomorrow I'll have another BL stream where I occasionally draw, but mostly just talk about anime and BL again. It's good for my soul. I was actually thinking I had a appointment with my psychiatrist the other day and updating her on various good news. And she was like, wow, that's probably made a big improvement to your mental health. And I was thinking, I was like, yeah, but like, I really think, I didn't tell her this, but I was really thinking, I was like, yeah, but honestly, like, thinking about Gundam BL was really the thing that I think has changed my mood. More people should get into that. Like, I know there's already a lot of people into that, but more. Everybody should think about Char and Amuro smooching. It'll improve your life. Like it has mine. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, that looks... Ooh, look at these people. We have all these board members here, I think. Lovely. Heh. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Oh, I see. On a good note. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up. It's always a good idea to bring up boys smooching. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished. It is weird that they might want him dead if they were already planning to fire him. Yeah. I'm one-handing this game, and also... Actually, no. If you were my second account, I wouldn't... There's no reason for you to be my second account, because you always go to bed. You live on a different time zone. And if you were me, you would be at every stream, because I'm at every stream. And you're not. So... Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... I wonder if their retirement package also includes like a non-compete clause to like hinder his work. Yeah, you guys are, your ex-angel's a freak today. Although I may have said one-handing to see if people would take the bait. But, you know, you could have just let the bait hang there. But you had to take it. When he contributed so much. Wait, what? Ah, you both took the bait, yeah? It was both of you. Didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenants? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. No one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand it, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenants. An AI robot? Like a physical robot, or like a chat GPT? I mean, it's hard to say what really is sentient. A GPT thing? I wonder... I was reminded again earlier today about those people who have like those chat GPT lovers or friends or whatever. Like there's some that are like specific apps and services where, you know, you have like, they even give you like a nice little 3D sim model that you can customize, I think. I always wonder, like, I think some people in that kind of hobby, like I think most of them are all, oh, I've known about it for a long time. I heard about it originally, like from a podcast. Like, it's very interesting because, like, some people, like most people, are aware that it's a little weird and a little unhinged, but they still like have varying degrees of like emotional attachment to it. Or like, actually a really long time ago, even like several years ago, I think one of my friends was telling me about, she lost one of her parents, and so her other parent, her remaining parent, like, I don't think they really were interested in getting into a relationship, but they were interested in like dating an AI, kind of, or like consulting an AI for like using an AI for like some of their loneliness as a widower. And you know, her parent was talking to kids about it, and it's kind of interesting, the idea of like getting consent from your kids, because like that's the thing, like some people, you know, when they are a widower or like after like a divorce, you know, some of them want to have like an open relationship or like a consent with their kids to like move on, especially when it comes to like death and stuff like that. But it's interesting, the idea of like talking to your kids about like, you know, you're not really interested in having like an actual human interpersonal relationship like that again, or at least for now, but maybe you just want to seek out some other form of companionship, because it gets lonely. I sort of get that. I feel like there's definitely, it's very easy to like punch down, because I'm sure there's plenty of people who do that who sound pretty crazy or unhinged, but I think at the end of the day, like a lot of them are at least a little self-aware that it sounds kind of crazy, but I think, you know, just lonely. But for me, I don't think I would have any desire to do that. I mean, I think it's fair to point out that it's a little wacky. And like, there's also like the other AI concerns, and like, I don't know exactly how it works, because like, I try to be careful, but I know that there's actually a lot of things that are broadly referred to as AI, but are kind of all different. So like, you know, I don't know where it falls ethically to talk to a computer program that's learning from you and from others. Or like, you know, environmentally, does it destroy 100 acres of rainforest every day? Who knows? I don't know. Or like, you know, there's even AI VTubers now. I mean, there have been for a while. I think the main one that people might know of is Nero. Which is like strictly like this guy's VTuber that he's coded, and then, you know, it has like a little voice bank. Yeah, AI music I've also heard is becoming a big thing too. I don't know how to feel about some of that. So, some of that's because I feel like AI music falls into a similar camp of like a lot of AI generated art, where it definitely has to steal heavily from existing things to make something like that. And I mean, I guess you could, like, for things that are a little bit more generic, like certain just like language chat models, I don't know. Like, I know people have also tried to do that when it comes to like fiction and novels and stuff like that. And it's actually funny because like long ago, back when VTubers were, I was first becoming aware of them with like Kizuna Ai. Because Kizuna Ai's whole thing was she's not actually an AI VTuber, but like her brand was an AI VTuber. You know what I mean? Like, she was an actual actress voicing it. But like her VTuber character lore was that she was an AI.
Yeah, so like for a long time I actually wasn't very interested because, to be honest, I thought Kizuna Ai was already basically what Neuro, I think it's spelled like, you know what I mean, like Neuro. I think it's like basically what Neuro is now. Like an actual VTuber one, or an actual AI VTuber. I think there's probably a couple other ones, but that's the main one that got big. Doesn't really have a whole lot of appeal to me though. I mean, like it's interesting as like a technical feat, but like I'm not super interested about watching a computer do things like that. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. That kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing? Just defending myself, Miss Young. Of course you are. My mistake. Hoped you might be rooting for me to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. Stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board. Which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? Guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. Just tired. It's been a long week. For me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon. Then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. I didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? Never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. Very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. Is it court time? Going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. Beginning to form a picture of what actually happened. Maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. You got charged with owning an AI.
First time you do something exciting in your whole life. Gotta find out through the bleeping grapevine. My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. I've bleeped Catholic school teachers with more active nightlives than you. Okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How do you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. Closing chat. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that. I was thinking about stopping when I got to trial, but I actually feel like a little bit more of a second wind, so I think I'm gonna keep going. What are you reading, Adonai? I'm surprised they let Sarah turn on. I thought they were gonna keep her off the entire time. I guess they need to move her. I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam text. The one we found inside the panic room? Looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and... I understand the analogy, Adonai. Wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security door would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door. Automated security. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? I'm not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. It's a lot of could. Even if you're successful, you may not like what you find.
Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it. Yes. Even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far, then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed. What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she's lying. If she repeats that lie in the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of. But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? Bells tolling for thee means that the doors of the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second. Across the hall, that's... Oh, him. Porter. Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. As you say, Adonai. This'll be a coin toss. Not surprised to see me. Not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yes. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke, or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music? Can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward. See, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure.
Arbitration. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? Few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he retained control of his patents, even after being let go. What Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still being employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish of them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With his contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses, corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. He was, as they say, the GOAT? Is that what she's saying? Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Although I wonder, like, if you make a bunch of AI and then have the AI do all the work for you, does their work still count as your work? Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. David's contract. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since it seems that we are in fact doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. I feel like at this point, old lady voice is getting easier to do than my actual voice. That's just going to be my voice in about 10 years. Are we going to have the same adjutant we had before? No way. Every courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... That's what I thought. Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. Ugh. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 120-29280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the latest known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or mismanaging dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience,
its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. Oof. Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway. Defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. She just admitted it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known by most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that, and I never have. Sarah's an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Oh, is she serious? She's talking about the company? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. Sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. Could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? 6:30 p.m. David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover. The two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in the parlor starting around 7:30. He then left the parlor and the sightlines of his home's security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yes, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objection. Eh? None? Then why did you even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop. So, Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. No further questions. So, that's your witness, counselor? He wasn't lying per se, but there's some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. How much gambling coins do I have? 83? Holy cow, that's a lot. Okay. Oh crap, I forgot I can call here. 7:30, Helen Young. I went downstairs. Get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement showed Sarah handing them cups and the whiskey. And after he came back to the parlor, started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or bad way to go out. Slip up. Okay. Okay. Isaac Porter broke up. 7:30, Helen Young arrived. Spoke briefly, he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Cameras in the basement shows Sarah handing him the cups. I feel like there was something else that happened, like he... Oh. Negative. Oh, fuck. I forgot how much this is timed. Only room for one airhead in this courtroom, and it's not you. Oh, Lord. I forgot that part was timed, too. I think this is it. It didn't have... Fuck. They really don't give me... I need a little bit more time here. Okay. This seems right. I still think it's like the same. I feel like I think he went down and left. And then came back because he forgot something. I could be barking up the wrong tree here. Talk screen? I might need help with this part. Basement footage? Aha. Check that footage again, Detective Lund. I don't know why. Is it because they can't clearly see her hand it to him? Or like what her hands were doing? We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. There we go. That's what it was. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm pretty sure he got the whiskey, left, and then came back for the cups or something. Yeah, forget about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. Matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. She did call David back. And handed him a cup of poison? Ooh. If the cup was already poisoned. Don't you think David would have noticed if it wasn't empty? Well, I think if they're nano machines, he probably couldn't have. I don't know. Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. Yeah, I guess it depends. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his own cup. But how could she have determined who would drink from which cup? Couldn't it be possible that she would have thought... I can't remember. Did she hand him 2 cups? She gave them both to him, so how could she have known which one he would drink from? Not a great plan if that really wasn't, if that was really Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? Okay, buddy, you're a little too freaked up today. Ugh. There are a few ways to go about it, but it's only a 50-50 shot. Counselor, stranger things have happened. I'm just pointing it out. I'm just letting you know. It's possible that she knew the right cup? How could she have known? It looked like they were identical. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. Not a bluff. Oh. With the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guests first. I don't know, man. That seems crazy. So he wouldn't even look into the poison cup. Oh, I'm losing so many points. Till he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide. Executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Damn, luring me in with those easy answers. I fell for it. I don't know, I was doing okay. I probably should have... I was getting a little too cocky on that last one. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? Just about to get started. Sorry, I am drinking my water. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make up something to spite you at this point. But I can do better. Alright. This part, the part of the game intimidates me a lot, so I'm gonna be saving a lot. Ideal water temperature, ice. I love to eat crunchy ice. This is actually just room temperature now. I did have ice in it earlier, but I already ate it all. It's actually kind of... when I was at a restaurant with my parents, it was very... I started to feel... I realized that I was like... You know, I don't eat at restaurants very often anymore, so I forgot. It's kind of rude to, like, eat the ice. But, like, I just will absolutely just crunch, crunch, crunch. And I was eating a bunch of ice when the waiter came over and was like, "What do you guys want to eat?" And I was like, like super cold water's okay. I don't mind a room temperature or just cold or chilled. But I love ice. I mean, we had a real appetizer too, but
It's okay. At least like you do the thing where you kind of tip the glass and put the ice in your mouth that way. When I'm at home, I'm like an animal. I pick it out of the water with my hands. I'm sorry. Yeah, I used to do that for as a fun little no calorie treat for my dog. You know, we had those hardwood floors and like a really long area between like the entryway, like the fridge, the entryway, and like the living room. So I just take a piece of ice and just throw it on, like slide it all the way down. He would chase after it. Although he usually didn't actually end up eating the whole thing. He would just like to crunch on it for a little bit. I like ice cream a bit too, but as I'm older, I feel like certain dairy products like that weigh a little bit worse on my stomach. Like not just dairy, it's usually like very sugary dairy products. But I still eat it. Hold on, what's happening here? No. Not a fan. I do not like mint flavoring of anything. Especially not chocolate mint. I forgot I added some random words to my word filters. I just don't really like it. I don't like any kind of mint foods or flavorings. I only like recently really began to tolerate like toothpaste more. But even that is like, I can tolerate it as like a weird thing. Not something that I would enjoy tasting. I was like, what word is he trying to say? And then I was like, oh, that makes sense. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Detective, do you know how many violent incidents this city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be fault of automated dependents? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police licensed ad-involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor? Withdrawn. My hands are already very high. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? You know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenets? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall, would you say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
He's more qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. What the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say they're not dangerous. Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Ugh. Okay. And that was Detective London. In their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? You guys are now just all trying to You're trying to bypass my filters. That's cheating. In their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Whoa. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Damn. That's crazy. I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. Does that constitute a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect? Every time they say this, I think about, isn't that the title of a movie? Tenets? Me? No. I'm 10 ants. I'm a very small ant colony. You know, less than 11, more than 9. That's me, 10 ants. Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah. Yeah, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? You asking me? Oh. That's outside of his expertise. Detective, in the footage we saw Sarah. What was she doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. I'm already at 21. Ooh, Sarah's eyes. What about the view of the android itself? Well, yeah, if we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive. I wondered. I was like, does this mean it's over? Okay. Okay. Then we have to stay. I understand. Trying to remember how all these work. Believe I've made my point. Yeah, not quite Balatro. I was a little bit disappointed. You know, computers don't have solitaire on them anymore. And I was trying to look at like an online solitaire thing, but I was very distracted because it didn't look, the UI was not pretty. I wanted it to look exactly like solitaire looked in 1998. I used to play that all the time. It's perfect. Things don't need to be updated. They're perfect the way they are. Maybe we'll get like updated solitaire, like Balatro. You know what I mean? Number pad, phone. Ugh. No more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Oh. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? That's crazy. Approach, Your Honor? Oh, you're approaching me? I believe that's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then. Why does this robot have like a bunch of 2020 memes, huh? What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as... Oh, wait, this is Morgan. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court could decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why do you list this as entering evidence, DA Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as a human. And the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want. But the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. If the witness is hostile, so be it. Did kill a man after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights. Oh man, I've lost so many points. Damn. The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. Huh? What's going on? DA is going to question you on the stand. But I shouldn't... Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes, no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes, You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yes. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup? Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitely poisoned. Yeah. Sarah, do you deny handling that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions? For failing to notify police of crucial information? Futaba? Is that who you're talking about? Girl with glasses? Oh, okay. The orange-haired one? I do not have any recordings from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. I thought you were going to start P5 after you finish P4. Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will. Oof. It's going to be slaughter. Oh, you're on FF7, of course. Do you recognize this item? You don't want to overdo it on personas? That makes sense. Gotta stagger your JRPGs. It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. Do you have any knowledge of its contents? Negative? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever imagined, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today, she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything. I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn. If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces there. Oh, wait. Make her endure. Raise an objection. Ugh. Eh? Let's stay. I don't have a leg to stand out here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to let it play out. Page 263, I said. No, like glasses aside, I'm not sure if I see her as Futaba. There is like a slight
similarity, but it's hard to explain what it is. I can't really put my finger on it. Maybe you just really like glasses, though. I think that's part of your problem. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was page 267. Sarah scared me today. She starts bawling on the stand. It's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of his highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I am speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated and stomp my foot. What happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera toward whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered. Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer. I knew she would cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on facts. Let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? That's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. Where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... Ooh, I don't know. Ugh. What he was actually trying to do. How he made Sarah? Like, how she was born, or the fact that she's made of the same stuff? The latest sections of the journal are all about Sarah. Oh. Okay, no. His newfound fame? The middle sections detail his struggle with newfound notoriety. Yeah, well, you know, I think you're just a little bit of an appreciator of women, which is not forbidden on these streams. I really like the robot in the back. I think I like her a lot. I like Emma a lot too. Emma is kind of interesting. She kind of has this like, she seems kind of like lethargic and introverted looking at first, but she definitely has this like drive that makes her kind of frightening when she's like putting up a fight. Oh. Oh, my blind is stuck at -10. Okay. Well, I've lost a lot of chips. Oh my god, I only have 20 chips. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about the early victory at Noble. Relevance. People will see in just one moment that this story is key to the entire case. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to the bright future together. And then on his next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. That's why he didn't use the cups upstairs. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher. We're about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Oh. I have so few points. So few chips to gamble with. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her. She wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned and that Sarah was responsible for his death. Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning why Sarah did what she did. All right. I assume it's this. She wanted them to have the cups. Ugh. Oh my god, this part does kind of annoy me. Story of the journal, you're saying? Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. Oh, thank God. More chips. That's so sweet. But I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Oh, I see what you... She found out she was being watched. And he was like, I want her to forget that I'm watching her with cameras. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of the 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day. Meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. So when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me. Not nearly good enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evening?
Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme. Just to kill an unimposing man. All on camera, mind you. Before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe? People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. I don't know. I think it can be both. It can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. Deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't. Your Honor? The people open the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it. What are you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? Now that title falls to me. Yes. Thank you. Now turn off. Oh, what? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you... Off. On. I don't... Off. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Ooh, scary. Scary, good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. No further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable. First time anyone's ever been thanked for being flipped off. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. People call Helen Young to the stand. Ugh. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. Ugh. Miss Young, you were there that night. Dr. Asher died. You were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. Oh. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. There's still that glass in the sink that needs explaining. I contacted emergency services and... Water glass. There's like something about this that still bothers me. Like, what if She drank from a water glass, but he didn't. So what if both cups... Wait. Ugh. Okay, can't prove that it was in his cup. So what if, in fact, both cups were poisoned somehow? But, like, somehow she counteracted it by having that? Or drinking the water out of a separate glass afterwards? Because she would have been important in developing it. I don't know. Sure, you're all tired of hearing the same detail over and over by now. Same details over and over aren't gonna hold up anymore, Madam VP. Still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Came to David's 7:30. This is true. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. That's not true. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. That's true. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. Didn't think his life was in danger. He became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency consult, and I did what I could up until he was gone. But when did you drink the water? You must have drank the water at some point. Alright, I don't have a ton of points, so I gotta be careful. 7:30. Low priority. Call. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Arbitration. First try. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier, you had run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. And imagine getting dumped and fired on the same day. And murdered. Whew. Talk about a 1-2 punch. And David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up? Asked and answered. Good thing we've already ruled out his suicide potential, because, like, imagine that. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned the entire building down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right. Should we execute her for that then? No need. I think I just really like this, like, it's like a very pale, kind of dusty, pinkish, purplish color. Like, on her clothes, and, like, you can kind of see it with, like, some of her other shading, too. Like, even, like, the brown of her hair kind of skews a little bit more towards that. Yeah, like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's very, very faint. And it's, like, it's kind of like, you know, very
brownish pink. And like I really like her, like the color of her lips too. Like compared to Morgan. Morgan has more of like an orangey red palette. But hers has like a lot of like really pinkish undertones that kind of lean purplish. But it's like it's very hard to like actually describe what this color is. Like I think even if you color picked it, it would probably look very different. I think it's like the combination of all these colors right next to each other that make them look in a certain way. If I just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. What? Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke. Oh, that reminds me. Are you guys good at telling, like, complicated color names? Some people seem to think that's, like, a more, like, feminine thing. That, like, women name colors more specifically than men. I don't know if it's, like, necessarily a women thing. To me, I think the reason why I would assume some people maybe think that is maybe because, like, you know, when it comes to like certain fashion things, maybe people get more specific about like identifying that. But for me, it's also like an art thing where like, you know, the more colors you use, the more specific you have to like name them. But like the thing is, like, even when it gets to these like really specific tones, you know, you're not gonna have people aren't always gonna agree on the exact same name for the exact same shade, you know. Like I would have called that like it's like a very light, like maybe pale or dusty mauve. Not pink, it's fuchsia. Like Arthur the Aardvark. I didn't really watch much of that. Like for me anyways, I think it's like, you know, you kind of start learning the a lot of these more advanced colors from like, you know, when you start getting like bigger box sets of like colored pencils or crayons and stuff. Yeah, mauve. It's pretty common. If you look it up, here I'll if you just Google image search like dusty mauve, I think you might see you'll see like a couple of different variants that are more purpley or more desaturated. Yeah, I think that's what I would call her color. That's kind of the what it looks like to me. I'm not gonna lie, I have to get up and go pee again. So give me like 2 seconds, okay? 2 second pee. Okay, I'm back. Gave me a chance to also get some more of my Chinese throat lubricant. Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. You're thinking of melatonin. Now you're thinking of serotonin. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Well, I did get a degree in this stuff, so what can I say? Essentially, yes. A synthetic analog, serotonin was the original name. You have a degree in something? Wow, you're so smart. What do you have a degree in? A third degree? What is the third degree? Is that just getting ignored? Or is that for burns? Deodorant joke? Oh no, I said a third degree. Do you know what that is? Oh no, wait, that's murder. Wait, no. Third degree, denoting burns of the most severe kind below the skin. Or North American law, denoting the least serious kind of crime, especially murder. Wait, does that mean including murder or the... Or it excludes murder, yeah. Long, harsh questioning, especially by police, to obtain information or confession. Oh, that's what it means. Not to ignore somebody. Who knows? I have a bunch of serotonin on my desk. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? You have a degree? Good job. Do you hang it on the wall? I forgot to put mine on the wall. Kurisu keychain? Yeah, I don't have mine hanging on the wall either. I think I have it in a frame, but I think the frame is in a box. Like, I already know that I got the degree, you know? I feel like it's... I don't really see the point in hanging it on the wall in my own home. My home is where I hang anime posters. Maybe if I ever have, like, my own office at work or something. Serotonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. My posters are not that spicy, unfortunately. A lot of these are pretty plain. I think I'd be too embarrassed to even have those posters up, you know? Well, it depends, you know, like boys smooching posters, I think I'd be too embarrassed in case anybody ever came into my apartment. Like, what if somebody broke into my apartment to rob me and kill me and then they saw that, you know? I can't have that. Or what if I die in my sleep and then my parents have to come to my apartment to, like, discover the body and clean things out and they're gonna judge me.
I mean, they're already gonna judge me, but I can't deal with that. But I don't know. Anime posters at the office, huh? We'll see. Oh Lord. They're gonna put all my doujinshi in my coffin. All my spicy boys love doujinshi. God, I hope so. Like an Egyptian pharaoh, I want to be buried with the things I love most. I'll die happy. Your analysis, Your Honor? I'm not gonna lie. I had a moment recently where, like, I haven't bought any doujinshi in a long time. Because, like, it can be kind of expensive to buy them and to import them and all that. But I had one of those moments where I was like, what if are there any Gundam doujinshi for sale right now? Of Char and Amuro? And there were a couple that looked pretty good, but I tried to resist. You know, we'll see if I still resist once I start making money again. But I was like, hello. I could buy some Char and Amuro doujinshi. Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. Solution of water and organic byproducts, you say? If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. Glass of water. That reminds me, next time I just do like a goof off stream, like just doodling stuff and talking about stuff, we need to talk about Greek mythology. I have thoughts. I have opinions. But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. Serotonin vial. A vial of serotonin, caramel colored chemical. Worm androids. Perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected for the nanofacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab? That's a bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches the brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor, but I'm afraid that I must. You're not a lawyer? Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? Can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. Is she gonna drink the vial? How could you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Like so. Huh. Didn't see that one coming. I did. What? What? That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately. I told you, it's fine. But... Maybe there still was something, like it's like water or salt or something that she can counteract it. I could stand here all day if necessary. What? What you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during the murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... Ugh, this can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? Prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be a cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Burroughs would rather bring down the gavel early than let the potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. Can't be a coincidence. Nothing else that could have killed him. But Young just drank serotonin in front of us, and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. Boy howdy! So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No. Antidotes are developed for poison, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job. I can't remember if, like, I thought they both had, like, the Noble Company's, like, health tracker stuff implanted in them. Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. We all know, logically, that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? The alcohol? Maybe? Wait, how many chips do I have? 36, okay. Turns red blood pink. Oh, the whiskey. I'm gonna say the whiskey. Difference has been staring at us in the face this whole time. That's... Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that David Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth. Adonai. Dear God, counselor. Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered, just to have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead, just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this... Can she do this? Miss Young? I never said it was safe for human consumption. Just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of a headache. All symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Okay. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything to the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that is the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie if not to... She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing to her. Your Honor, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saves soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. We're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of the headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Now tell me the truth about what Noble really thinks of the article. They never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about the poisoned blood nonsense. You think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford fine. As I said, it's truly not poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, she's regaining her composure. Perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, we have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. Oof, building my chips back up a little bit. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Asher, you say? Okay, okay. Brown, don't drink it. Text. Darling's text. They would lose, they could get more of his IP if they
don't let him go. Plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel's trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. I thought that said legal horrors at first. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue. Because I have here a copy of David Asher's employment contract. That's confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I'm still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read the terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired. Meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it's best to... The company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave, something like, say, committing fraud. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. Noble reaped enormous benefits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how this contract was set up, they would never let go of him unless they absolutely had to. Then, what exactly do you think David Asher did? Not what I think matters. Only what the company fears. Oh. Wait. Can't see. Tenants. Daba's pose. Emma's pose. Yeah, she's got some good ones. We haven't gotten to the bottom of the shipping data. I want to know more. I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Shipping records? I know a thing or two about that. I have all these Excel sheets with my favorite doujinshi and figures on them. Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. I don't really get why he was doing that, though.
Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money. So why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this? No, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. Oh. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line. Introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. I wonder, was he maybe sending out more advanced ones, kind of like Sarah, maybe? So you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone who he once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how those discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements. Yes, of course. Including the refreshments. Oh. Wait. Where is it? So he was maybe given the nanites beforehand? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange. It must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... Oh. Water. Jelly donuts. Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, counselor? Ugh. That's what I want to know. Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I will have some updated water. Ugh. This mug is gross. There's like a bunch of dust in it. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. Well, this one's been sitting out for a while. There's also a lot of dust in my place right now. Ugh, you wouldn't believe the amount of dust that I cleaned off the back of my chair. I need to do like a full desk wipe and like computer wipe. Like the back of my computer monitors are very, very dusty. Yeah, this place gets like, this place accumulates dust really easily. I don't know where it all comes from. Where does the dust come from? How does it get in here? There's no like vents to the outside. So where does it come from? He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Oh my god, that's crazy. Did she really? What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. Miss Young testified and demonstrated serotonin on its own is harmless. It becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? No, she was very meticulous. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so... They were all poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead? Because all those people will surely attest Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged. And not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. Oh, I shouldn't have skipped that. I like that face. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. I mean, if it was diluted enough, surely not. Whiskey is too, so it'd be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. No way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what she said is true, but Young pulled it off anyway. How? Removes impurities? Pigment? Okay. Manufacturer. Lab manufacturer. Why are these two separate? I think it's... Ugh. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin, turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honor can attest. Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No. Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. We set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So, it would blow up in the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight. No amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So, why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? Huh. I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. She's right, counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at the meeting, same as David. Yeah, we can see that she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now, she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. But tell us, counselor, how's it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? Both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night. Good question. Shit. As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No, she did kill him. I could smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But why is she still standing? No antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Drinking. Hospital. Okay. Oh, I need to put these in order. They have a drink. David faints. Hospital. This timeline. There's no window of opportunity. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast? Maybe she arrived after? No, staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone. Didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. Console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call, because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? I wonder, was she like washing out? Was she vomiting? Was she washing it out? In that 1 minute. 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, took you about 1 minute. To cross 5 meters. What of it? This is it. Our only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. Ugh.
Only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, Sure, it was a stressful time for you. After all, you'd already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration had ended. Then at David's, you downed the whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03, you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here? Alive and well for all to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David. Because she cheated death at the very last second. Garbage disposal. Not poison. I think it's... Oh. And sickness. I wonder if she... Well, I was thinking maybe she put it in the glass to make herself throw up. But would either one of these count? We can just go for it. She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. No, okay, it's gotta be the... I can do it. Salt. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush. To make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. Can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew could be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of tea you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so. You weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? Salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers gag reflex. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. Teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man who you outranked. You thought your fortune finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. And you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. Then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. Oh man, so the music's getting a little loud. Take it down a notch. Ugh. I can't talk much louder today. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared
ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor. And cheating death in the process. That's conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence of any of that. Not on me. Let's go test for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain. Or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions? You, Madam Vice President? You. Cold bitch. Old. Oh. You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today, so I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we've no further reason to suspect the android, Sarah, in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasion upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. So we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant. Oh, excuse me. Evangeline Morgan. That was a bad one. Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from the android as soon as possible. Case? Sorry. Is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should just let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed. Still here? Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses? You aren't still in shock, are you? This is interesting, because compared to something like Ace Attorney, where, you know, Edgeworth is a cool guy, but he never can defeat you. Emma has a history of beating her. So now it's our turn to shake it up. I don't know. Some charges were dropped, and an android was cleared of suspicion. But I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting straw men. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a straw man too. The way I see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about all the copycats in other cities? No. Is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city councilor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. Well, what's that? That they could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that. Walking into a courtroom with a concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention. Alright, I don't know how long the epilogue's gonna be. You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How? I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how were you so sure? Here. Mother's journal? Isn't it important evidence? Case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through. One more. Ugh, so fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Rhea's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. Something here on the back cover.
done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should probably be able to... I have access. What happened to you needing my express permission to hack? What is it, an audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read the whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't... I've processed the information in the message several times already. I'm just thinking. Guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail? Sued and jailed? For making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble. Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Enid, Yamatai, he never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. Yeah, that's what I thought. Mines have randomly chosen A-16s. Then, there are somewhere out there? Others like me? Honestly don't think anyone out anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AIs programmed in Cube, crammed into a commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. Probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember? I had to fight like hell to win that trial. Rereading the journal just now helped. Father's voice message made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed, he left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered, I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back and saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterward, I was very confused, hurt. He lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. Stomped my foot. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this as a medical emergency. Medical assistant? Not even licensed as a massage therapist. Ugh. Is she gonna take her? Is she gonna kill her right here? Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own, without you prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why did you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. What? I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before he'd left the country. When I asked him what it was, didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did. It wasn't hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AI, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out into the real world. Unprepared, defenseless. And they've garnered no complaint. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. Customers couldn't tell the difference. So, how many of them? Hundreds. Oh yeah, he had like 300. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, you... It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put his soul into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life, spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I'm surprisingly kind of more on her wavelength here than I thought I would be. Like, it's definitely one thing to be sending out or to be making AI, but considering the kind of things they have these robots doing, like, we already know there's a lot of sex worker ones. Don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did just proves that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence thousands of generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And you went there that night to convince him to help me recall them. Or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people.
His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Toward the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family or... I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking it to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. Not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. Thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. Couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart. Use you as weapons, slaves. Those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. If they were all truly hard-coded to be selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yeah, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. That was definitely a more complicated motive than I actually thought it would be. Like, I'm sure those other reasons also impacted it, but yeah, kind of knowing what the robot industry is in this world, and just suddenly starting to let loose a bunch of robots that have true consciousness. You did better back there. Hadn't I? Your little speech you gave Young, it was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although, I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happened to... And here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't even know points went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there, before we left the courthouse? Oh, that. Well, he was quiet at first. Then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. Then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right. Then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David.
And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We? We're headed to your apartment? Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. Stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. Spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent, influential figures with android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which, I guess based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's insane. Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it deep down into his gray matter. And then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his property. Did Father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment. Which didn't help? Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved. Felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. Never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember, it was foggy, but it still only took me 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what? What did you do? You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher. That I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on his take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I'd planned, but he smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can.
No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. Much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go round to all his many friends before he fled town, or whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. Cops are just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about that night the man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him? That's why you put yourself at risk to defend me? Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you. Adonai. You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of that. Father did trust you. Maybe there's more with their past, though. Like, if we take her at her word, like maybe she was gonna scare the guy, but just decided to kill him anyways. So, she didn't really kill him like as a favor to him, but I don't know. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us and believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah. Unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically, you were defending yourself. Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired. Adonai? Could it be that you're actually a pushover? You've no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. Seems I still need practice reading people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Should not be you and I. Woo. Oh gosh. My voice. Getting a little struggle there. I have to click through all these. Oh. I don't know. Whenever I think I'm kind of tired of this game, it kind of reels me back in a little bit. Woo! Now there's 2 of them. Oh, unknown. Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. He's the only one who calls her Red. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. That is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I have seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old caliber, do you? The 6-shooter? No. Was that the heartbreak weapon? This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. Is due. Oh, gosh. Results. Oh, I missed the key term. Let's just go to main menu. Ooh, I'm all right, I gotta end stream soon. My voice is killing me. Oh, we don't get friend. We don't get Sarah in this screen. Maybe next chapter she'll appear. Oh. Oh gosh. Feels like it's a little bit cooler at least. Alright, well, since I did all this in one day, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow or I'll decide later. Maybe I was pushing my voice a little bit farther today. I just had a feeling. I was like, you know, I get the feeling this court case is actually not going to be super long when I get to it. And I don't really remember how long the investigation versus the court part was. At least the epilogue wasn't too long either. Whew. It's crazy. I start so early, and yet I start at 2 p.m. and I stream for 6 hours, which means it's already 8 p.m. That's crazy. If I start at 2 p.m., it should always end. It should always be 5 p.m. when it ends, even if I stream for 6 hours. That's how time works. All right, I am tired. I need to rest and take more throat syrup. Good night.